Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.black. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? and leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hi, I'm Barbara H. Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro. I'm your business moderator coming from Angola, Africa on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are going to engage you with a fireside chat, and I will be your guest on part of that fireside chat. And just to give you a little background about myself, I have a degree in mathematics from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst and an MBA from Regis University. And I graduated summa cum laude, gained induction into the prestigious Alpha Sigma Nu Honor Society with, a couple of decades of traversing intricacies of corporate landscape and leadership and coaching and certain certifications. And in addition to that, I am an entrepreneur. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC and the Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development. And I'd like to introduce Ida Crawford, our second speaker, who we're going to be interviewing in this fireside chat. Ida Crawford is the founder and CEO of Just Minding My Business Media LLC, and is not only an entrepreneur, but a best-selling author and a media producer. Also someone who has successfully transitioned decades of experience in computer technology into digital media industry. Her notable contributions include hosting the Just Minding My Business podcast and being the owner of Conversations That Matter, a channel available on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple platforms. Additionally, Ida is dedicated to providing entrepreneurs and business owners with increased media exposure, allowing them to reach audiences they might not otherwise connect with. With her quarterly magazine production and commitment to serving the entrepreneurial community, Ida Crawford exemplifies the drive and passion required for thriving in the ever-evolving media landscape. Welcoming Ida Crawford.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Enolia. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate this opportunity.
It's so wonderful to have you here. We have so much to talk about and to discuss because here on the Black Business Network, we love talking about that business and you are knee deep. So let's go through some of the various aspects as that entrepreneur qualities that you bring to bear, and tell us just a little bit about your business, your main theme business.
Yes, well, the podcasting, we Just Minding My Business developed from podcasting. That's where I started. And
okay,
to present, I have grown the podcast to an international environment where people from all over the world not only interview with me, but also listen to our show on a weekly basis. We interview people from all walks of life, all different ethnic backgrounds, and all different stories, because I believe that everybody on this earth has something that God wants them to do. Number one. Number two, they just need a place to amplify and get that message out.
So how were you able to expand that? How were you able to take that podcast from zero to an international base?
Wow. Well, it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, in the early days, I was hunting for people. But then what I've learned is consistency and showing up on a regular basis. People begin to trust you. And now what happens is agencies reach out to me, business owners reach out to me, and I no longer have to hunt for people. So that's how that all happened. And coming from an IT background, podcasting wasn't on the to-do list.
Okay.
It wasn't anything that I dreamed to do. It just so it happened. I love it. I get to meet so many different people, learn so many different things. It is just an amazing opportunity, not just for me, but for my people that listen and engage with the podcast.
So now, how did the podcast graduate into the full-blown just minding my business?
Well, the different other pieces, the magazine came about because, as we all know, social media is saturated. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's no way of knowing whether you're being seen or whether you just don't have the inside intel to know sometimes whether your content is actually being seen by other people. So I decided that, people should explore other mediums of exposure, magazines, people still read magazines, digital
Yes, they
magazines, not everybody is on social media, which led me to launch that piece of it, which comes out quarterly. And basically what I do with that, the people that I interview have the opportunity to have their interview in the magazine. They have the opportunity to have an article in the magazine as well as a marketing piece. So that way they take that one interview and spread it in different platforms.
Right, right. So here you are, you have this magazine, and for those people who have had the opportunity to be in the podcast realm and to be in the magazine realm, it is not easy to market. It is not easy to get that following. Was there anything additionally that you really had to step up to in order to really pull that following, to get that energy and that drive going, to get your work out there?
Marketing, and more marketing. I mean, you just have to keep showing up, keep telling folks, this is what's happening, this is what I have, check it out, and then also, I invite my guests to also promote their content as well, because at the end of the day, you took time out of your day to do an interview. You put it out there. We create your marketing for you. That way you don't even have to fuss with trying to create anything. We send it out to you, and all you need to do is share it in your spaces. Now, my new endeavor, Conversations That Matter with the TV channel, that's another way that people can get their content out to audiences that they may not necessarily touch. And my whole thing is that one interview, get as much mileage off of it as you can.
Okay.
You know, you can, and people don't realize a podcast is a speaking engagement. I've had people use, you know, their interviews to get grants, because some grant applications ask you what appearances have you done, you know, and they
Right.
want to know about it. So it
Right.
really is important to be able to get your message out to as many people as possible, in order to find your ideal client.
So, it's interesting that you are a powerhouse in not only in the podcast realm, but in the magazine, which is visual. So you have sound, because everybody not doesn't necessarily do the visual podcast. Sometimes it's just like radio. Okay. So you really
Yeah.
have audio, you have visual, and you have the magazine pictorial. So in order to really master all three, what did it take?
Well, by me being an IT person, technology is in my DNA. I've been in that realm for over 40 years. I started when I
Okay.
probably was one of the only women in the industry, especially Black woman in the industry when I first started. And being in that industry has equipped me with, you know, being detailed, having systems, because in the computer world, it's all about systems
Mm-hmm.
and following different, um, you know, different systems. It's all systems, and you know, when something doesn't work, document what didn't work, what can you do better, what you need to do next. So that's pretty much in my DNA, to be able to, you know, deal with when it doesn't work and be happy when it does.
Do you find one area better to work with than another?
I love the podcasting. I really
Okay.
love that piece of it. And pretty much everything bounces off of that. But I
Okay.
really love the podcasting because it's a very, you know, my show is not a hot seat. It's like we're sitting around the kitchen table just talking. And what I
Okay.
find is when people are very comfortable, they are more authentic, and they tend to talk more about things that they didn't intend to talk about.
So now you're also an author. And tell us
Yeah.
a little bit about your books.
Well, I've been involved in probably about 2 or 3 anthologies, all surrounded about being a we person, being able to help other people achieve their goals. I am very passionate about women in business,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like as a woman, we have our own different struggles that are, you know, it just can't be, you know, the things that we go through on a day-to-day basis is huge. And having another
Yeah.
woman to be there to hold your hand, it's just incredible. And in order to make it in this world, you need a tribe. You really do need a
It's
tribe,
true.
and you need people that understand the struggle, number one. Secondly, you need people that have integrity and are all about helping the next person grow.
Yes. And that I want to emphasize what you just said, helping the next person grow too, because what happens is that we get into industry, and I'm talking about we as women, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Especially we as Black women. But we as women, we get into industry, and then there are times that we become very territorial, because it's like it took me so much to get here, and it was hard getting here, and I went through all of this to get here, and then it's
Mm-hmm.
like this is my territory, and then we see the next person coming up and we're like nobody helped me, and I want to emphasize how important that attitude is, to say there is room enough for everyone.
Yes.
there's truly room enough for everyone to be able to have a role, play a part, be complementary to what we bring to the table and the value that we are and the value that we bring. You know, what has been your experience with when working with others?
Well, you know what? I share what my knowledge, because knowledge is to be shared. Period.
Yes.
You know, and I don't worry about somebody else. God, whatever God has for me is mine already. And I am happy when other people succeed, because that says to me, especially people that might be in the same industry that I'm in, that gives me hope. Okay, I might not be there yet, but because you made it, I know I can make it as well. So I've never been a person that envied other people. Never have. Just not in my DNA.
Yes, yes. So share with us a little bit of your story of how you came, that podcasting piece was your thing. Was it technology first? Like, share with us your story of how you grew into where you're at, because each one of us traverses and navigates life so differently. And this helps other entrepreneurs and helps other technologists, you know, understand that they can broaden, that they can expand by hearing the story.
Well, when I first started the podcasting, like I said, if you would have asked me 20 years ago, would I be a podcaster? I would have been like, what is that? And I don't think so. But it all came out of, I started an organization for female entrepreneurs to support them in being able to get their products and services out to market. So that's what prompted me to start the podcast, because most of the women that I was working with at that time were in startups. And, you know, I'm also a certified coach. So in order to do business, you got to get your head together first, you know. And one of the things with having a business, you're not going to get a paycheck every 2 weeks or every week or however you used to, you know, it's not the same. Being an entrepreneur is not the same as working a job. Apples and oranges.
Exactly.
And you've got to be able to have your mind, develop your mind, I should say, because you're not there in the beginning. You know, you think you have this wonderful idea and the whole world's just going to jump on it and eat it up. And what you quickly learn, it does not work that way. You're constantly sowing seeds all the time. And sometimes belief is in and out. You know, some days you believe, other days, you know, I don't know. This just might not work. So with that being said, you know, I started this organization and wanted to have the podcast in order to help the women to be able to get their products and services out. So that's why that happened.
Okay. So what were some of the challenges that you had to face in pulling the group together, in getting your services out? Because it's one thing, and we tend to do this as entrepreneurs, as just people who are just good in their heart. We tend to want to help everyone else, but then at the core of all of it is ourselves. So how did you prosper? How did you bloom in the midst of all of this?
Well, I mean, I just kept putting it out there. I just showed up when I'm supposed to show up and kept doing it. In the beginning, it was horror stories. I'm not gonna lie. It was like, it was so hard to get guests because nobody knew me. You know, I was interviewing everybody, your grandma, your mama, come on the show. I didn't, I just wanted to try to create some consistency. And then, once I started then somebody talked to me about a niche. When I first started, I'm like, well, what is a niche? I didn't even know what it was. So
Okay.
learning as you go. And what I've learned in the process in the last 10 years of doing this, you just got to jump in with some knowledge, mess up, and it's one of those things that you learn while you do. You have to learn it while you do. And it wasn't easy. I mean, some days I was like, oh my God, I don't know about this. But also being in living this thing called life, nothing is easy.
Right.
If it's worth having, you're going to definitely work for it.
Right. Right.
And
And so I'm sitting here thinking about all of the young people or those who are daring to endeavor in being an entrepreneur. What do you feel is the best foundation to establish as you engage in being an entrepreneur?
learn about your craft. Put as much knowledge into what it is you want to do. Understand that you need to have business smarts as well. Go and get it, because I don't care how good you are. You could be the best plumber in the world, but if you don't take care of that paperwork, you out of business as quick as you got in. And I always call paperwork the ugly side of business, because nobody wants to do it. And in the beginning, we can't always hire people to do it. We can't, we may not have the resources to hire people in the beginning. You might have to wear quite a few hats before you're able to grow your team. But be okay with that and understand that eventually you will have a team. And one of the good things when you wear all the hats, you kind of know all the ins and outs, and people coming on your team can't get over on you.
Exactly. Yeah, I actually want to highlight that, what you're saying, because it's so important. Because, when you talk about getting over, I'm going to talk about your lack of knowledge prevents you from understanding the cost of doing business. And sometimes paying that mistake is actually high. I remember paying thousands of dollars for editing. Thousands of dollars for editing. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. When I sat down and I played X amount of YouTube videos to teach myself, I was horrified of how taken I felt when I realized the work and the skill that was needed in order for me to accomplish this versus what I paid. And it's not to say that the skill set isn't valued, but what I realize is that we put too much stock in names sometimes. And because the person was a noted person, I paid an exorbitant amount versus getting somebody standardly to do it. And had I taken the time to just dive in and do my homework and do the research, that's something I learned from Dr. Eric Kelly III extremely, really well, is do the research, do the homework, know what it is that you're going to embark on. Even if you don't know how to do it all, it's okay that you don't know how to do it all. But you know the topic, you know the ins and out of what it is that you want to engage in as your passion.
I can't
What are
agree
your
with
thoughts?
you more. I can't agree with you more. I'm a researcher queen. No matter what I buy, it gets researched. I don't care if it's $5. I'm a researcher first. And one of the things I had to get a trademark, and the lawyers want like $3,000, $4,000. I didn't have that, so I researched it for probably over a year. I found this attorney on YouTube that stepped you step by step through the application. I followed her. I stopped the tape, do what she said do, start the tape, do some more. And then I went back and verified it like maybe 3 times before I submitted it. And it only cost me $125, and I got my trademark. So
and that's what I'm talking about.
I don't have a problem with researching anything. You know, I research everything medical. You know, I'm not on any pharmaceutical medicines because I refuse not to. I find other things to be able that's more that's not invasive to my body to take care of whatever the problem is.
Right.
I
actually want to I actually want to bring it to your technology side too, because this is really important, because many of us are afraid to embrace or jump into technology, right? I'm a technologist. I get it. But, you know, there are aspects of technology, like we have cryptocurrency that's coming off to the side. And a lot of people go, oh, I don't know that stuff. I can't deal with that stuff. That stuff is over there. I just put it aside. I can't be bothered. But I guess what I want to highlight also with you is the ability to just jump in and learn and stop being afraid, and don't allow fear to guide the fact that you may not know it, you may stumble through it, you may get caught up in it, it may take you a few hours, but you can decipher anything. I always felt like if it's in a book and I can read the instructions, I can execute it and I can get it done, right? We all go to school, we're intelligent beings, we're capable of reading something and then executing based on what we read because we do it every single day.
Yes,
Your thoughts?
Yes, we do. And I mean, I'm a lifetime student, lifelong student. I love learning. I learn something new every day that I didn't. And I am so happy to know it. And then I share that knowledge with somebody else. But to me, you have to be a life learner. And not only that, it keeps life interesting. You know, it's like when you learn new things, it just makes life more interesting to be able to learn different things. I've always been like that. I'll try it, anything within reason. Let's put it that way. There's some things I am afraid of at this point, and I probably won't try it. But I'm not going to knock anybody else that want to try it. But learning is key.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, learning is important. And, you know, I work with a lot of women who are over 50. And, you know, what I'm starting to see that the women in that age range are really out there doing things. And
that's right.
Want to learn. And being in the technology field, you know, a lot of times people are afraid, especially when it goes to the left. And the first thing that they think is, I did something wrong. And I'm like, okay, why does it have to be you? Why couldn't it be the machine messing up?
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and one of the things as a support person in the tech field, you know, is getting people to understand that it's not always them, and also calming them down so that the issue can get resolved. And also coming when you are in tech, when something goes wrong, you need to know how to tell somebody. You can't just come to somebody and say, my computer won't turn on.
Right.
Or my computer's stuck. Stuck where? Observe what's on the screen. That way the person helping you will have a good idea as to what's going on.
Right. So I want to circle back because we only have a few more minutes.
Okay.
If someone wanted to reach out to you, engage your services, connect with you, be on your podcast, how can they reach you? How can they get a hold of you?
I am all over social media. All you got to do is put Ida Crawford in the Google, and everything I do pops up. But you can also email me at jmmbradio@gmail.com. And I'm on LinkedIn. I think I have 2 accounts on LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, you name it, I'm on it.
Yes. Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for being here and sharing your expertise and sharing all about your businesses and just minding my business. I love that name. I think it's so right on point and so apropos for exactly what you're talking about and what your passion is. I love the name. So thank you again, and we'll see you.
Yes.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, Dr. Amelia. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again,
And talking about those scholarships, I just wanted to share with you that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and just use $BBX USA in that Cash App. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And then we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for for 2025 here in January. We want to thank NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Cheney Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. And I want to leave you with this. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network, it's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
with support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco. The event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be doing a fireside chat with Dr. Angelo Lee. Dr. Angelo Lee is a riveting professional speaker, transformative business and community strategist, and published author. D'Angelo's remarkable journey spans finance, real estate development, ministry, public service, and healthcare operations. With a career built on resilience, vision, and transformation, he has impacted lives in corporate boardrooms, faith communities, politics, and the federal justice systems. I present to you Dr. D'Angelo Lee. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you today? Oh, you have to come off mute. I believe you're on mute because we can't hear you. All right. Now, how are you today?
Turn off it.
You're off mute now.
I am Black Business.
Can you hear me?
From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
So we want to find out more about you, Mr. Lee. We want to find out about you, a little bit about your journey. Can you briefly share your journey from Wall Street to ministry and beyond?
Yes. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be a part of the Black Business Network and the Olympics. I love the name. I love the spread and the congregations and the people that you guys are reaching. So thank you, Dr. Kelly and Jamila, for this opportunity to talk about the D'Angelo Lee Wellness Organization or company. And this journey, I've always been one of faith and fitness. I come out of the church. All I know is church. I was born on the front pew of the church, and I've always been a man of fitness. And it was important for me, at least at this point in my life and over this immense journey that I've been on, to understand the synergy between the two. And since the beginning of time, if you will, until now, I've been able to make that connection about faith and fitness. I've written about it in my book, Theology of Fitness. And I've also written a book called Parenting from a Distance. And both of these talks about connection and how do we connect organizations and people together? How do we create safe spaces? How do we create environments where we can continue to be the best versions of ourselves?
That is an amazing journey. Now, what life experiences through your journey shape your passion for finance?
Well, as I mentioned, I grew up in the church, but I've always had a passion for real estate. And fortunately, my dad was able to give me guidance when I was young. And when I went to Morehouse College, I'm a proud Morehouse man, if you will. And my dad's teaching instilled in me the value of land. And if you understand scripture, one of the things that God promised Abraham was land. My dad always told me, he says, son, own land, because number one, it's your inheritance and it's the promise of God. If you don't have land, you're homeless. So I've always had a desire for land. And I remember when I went to Morehouse College, my professor, the late Dr. Alan Panado, told the class that we had to hypothetically go out and use the tools that he was teaching in class. And I told my group, I said, man, hey, we grown men now, 21 years old, I think we grown at that time. I said, let's actually do it. Let's actually go out and apply what we're learning in school. And to make a long story short, we ended up buying our first apartment complex as freshmen in college. And since that time, I've been able to build in both the public and the private sector, have a wonderful opportunity to build what we call Unity Estates in the southern sector of Dallas. And as you may know, it's difficult to bring preachers together, particularly on dogma and doctrine. But what we were able to agree upon is that people need places to live. They need houses to live in. And so bringing this ecumenical group together, we were able to build over 500 homes in the southern sector of Dallas, of which it had been 50 years since a development had been built there. And so I've had a wonderful opportunity to be a part of that team, and it's still existing now. And now I work with faith-based organizations to do housing, all different types of housing for different types of populations across the country. And as a matter of fact, I'm here in Los Angeles and building some faith-based housing here as well.
That is so amazing. Now, What he said was his father told him, if you don't have land, you're homeless. Like, what does that mean? To me, that means that you have to have inheritance. So in order to have an inheritance, you have to invest. You have to invest in yourself. You have to invest in knowledge. You have to invest in a mentor. You have to invest in order to own what you want, in order to have something of your own. There is some investment that must happen. So to have land means to have knowledge. To have land means to have a mentor. You need these things in order to have investment, in order to create generational wealth, in order just to create something for those behind you. And who are those behind you? It could be your children. It could be your family members. It could be your classmates. But we must create wealth for them, for ourselves, by investing. You don't want to be homeless or knowledge or lack any knowledge. So when you want more, you want inheritance, you must have land so that you won't be homeless, like Dr. Lee said. Now, Dr. Lee, what was it like restructuring over $50 million in real estate debt early in your career?
Well, that was huge. As I mentioned prior, I had gone to Morehouse College, and the very first project that we built was we repurposed and refurbished a large apartment complex. And secondly, just before the Olympics, we were taking warehouses and converted them to apartments, which is really new now, but we were doing that back when I was in college. And that took me to Wall Street. My major's in real estate finance. And so I went there and restructured debt. And it was during the time where a lot of the real estate bust happened. And so a lot of skyscrapers throughout the city were being restructured. Their debt was being restructured and put back up for sale. And so I had an opportunity to use my finance degree to understand how to repurpose and to restructure these deals so that they could go to their owners, or if they had to be resold or had to be repurposed for whatever the mission or the goal was for that organization at the time, both in the public and the private side.
Can you hear me, Dr. Lee?
I can hear you now. Yes, there's just, can you hear me?
The last part of your sentence cut off.
Okay. As I shared with you, is my journey into Wall Street and restructuring debt had to do with my experience in real estate when I was in college, and having an opportunity to buy several pieces of property, repurpose various types of properties. I always wanted to build skyscrapers. And so when I had an opportunity to work on Wall Street to actually restructure those debts, it taught me how to build vertically, how to do family projects, as well as skyscrapers. So having that experience from Morehouse, even onto Wall Street, and even to now, has all influenced how I understand debt, how I structure debt, how I understand the value of debt, and how debt plays into do major developments across the country, even now.
Now, I hear you talk about real estate, and you talked about your father telling you that if you don't have land, you're homeless. Now, can you tell us, how do you get into real estate? Like, what was your vision? What was your planning?
Well, as I shared with you, I've always understood the value of land. There's not any more land. One thing that I've learned in real estate is structures depreciate. Land always appreciates. Dirt never goes down in value. On average, dirt is going to increase by 3% across the country. There's no more dirt. It is scarce, so it always has value. Now, the structure can come down, You can always put new structure, nails and wood and all that stuff depreciates, have a lifespan, but the dirt never depreciates. And so I always understood the value of owning dirt and to be able to transform lives. Let me tell you a really great story. As I mentioned to you before, I was able to bring together a ecumenical group to build a housing subdivision. And in this community, there had not been any type of subdivisions built for over 50 years. A lot of the homes were affordable. So you were getting single mothers that had lived in apartments that were now moving into their homes. And I remember so vividly a young woman who watched her house be built from the ground up and the joy that she had with her daughter on her hip, getting her keys and walking into her house. And I remember so vividly, before she went over that threshold, she turned around and walked to me with that baby and hugged me and said, "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you for giving me ownership, giving me land, giving me something I can pass down to my children's children's children." That's the value of dirt, is legacy building. It's in America, as you understand, that when we own land, it is our first step to building wealth. It's our first step to building legacy. And I clearly understand that. And part of my business is to teach individuals the value of real estate in your communities. When you walk through your communities and you see vacant lands that may have debris on it, that's value. When you go through your communities and you see rows of houses that are dilapidated, that's value. And that's value for you and for your generation and for you to build legacy. And if I can change that mindset through understanding the value of land through the D'Angelo Lee Company, then I have, as far as I'm concerned, I have met that goal. Now, mind you, you do well financially. You make money when you get out there and do real estate, but the intangibles, Jamila, are what important. When just like I shared with you, when the young lady came and hugged me, that's invaluable. There's not money that could equate to showing this young woman that her life is now transformed, and I had something to do with that. Man, as I said to you, that makes me peacock proud and hyena happy.
Now, you were saying about land, like when you see different type of lands and you see it decapitated homes and things on that land, how would I go about purchasing that type of land if I wanted to? How would I go about starting my real estate journey?
Well, I know that we really are not supposed to talk about faith-based organizations, if you will, but there's a program in every city in the United States and hopefully globally where you can buy land in communities for $1 if you had a 501c3 corporation. 501c corporation is a nonprofit status here in the United States. And if you have that status, most people don't even know that you can buy land for $1 in particularly urban communities, in communities where there is some form of dilapidation and there is a need for gentrification. You can do these programs. And that's one of the things that I share with a lot of leaders, particularly when you talk about men and women that are transitioning from the federal prison system, or they are involved in some type of transitional housing. They're coming out of foster care. They need some type of temporary housing. These are opportunities for nonprofit organizations to provide housing for these individuals. Say for you, Jamila, if you were in your community and you wanted to provide housing for a certain type of population, if you had your 501c3 status, the D'Angelo Lee Company can help you figure that out on how to get these properties and get these lands so that you can provide housing to these communities, and then teach them the value of the dirt, that there is dignity in it. There's legacy in land. There is value in your vision and in your vitality to have land. And it's a promise too, to you as well. So yeah, the D'Angelo Lee Company helps you understand that. And that's just one of the most immediate ways where it doesn't cost a lot of money to get individuals engaged in land development, land building, so that we can reach our communities at large.
Now, can you tell me, like, what are some of the things that I need? So if I'm a 501c3 company, what do I need? Do I need a board? What can you tell me some of the tools that I need?
Yes, the D'Angelo Lee Company helps you put together your 501c status, whether it's an LLC, any type, whatever your business structure is. We provide that services too as well, because it's important that you have the proper business structure when you plan to do any type of development, any type of real development or business development. You have to have the proper structure. So the D'Angelo Lee Company provides that type of training, whether it's individually or to your private organization or your public organization. We come in and train you to do that. Because again, it's very important that your structure is set up properly. So once that is set up, then we will walk you through the steps so that you can secure these various types of programs that most cities have. When we pay our taxes here in the United States, each city or each state receive a block grant. And that's a portion of our overall tax dollars that go to the states. And the states fund these programs like the dollar program so that we can take land in those urban communities that are not producing taxes to begin to produce taxes, because now there's an owner. Every time someone flushes the toilet, that's water that the city is now receiving payment on. Every time you cut the lights on, they're receiving money. So now that land that was non-productive, not bringing any type of tax revenue, is now bringing these tax revenues to the city. So opposed to it sitting there and it's being dilapidated or nothing is happening there, they encourage nonprofit organizations, 501c3 organizations, or most nonprofit organizations is to come in and to purchase these land and make this land more productive for both parties, for them and for the cities that these lands are in.
That is so nice to know that, you know, we have to have a structure and then there's help. So can I pause right here and can you tell me how people can get to your training to do these things in order to own real estate or develop real estate?
Absolutely. You can always go to DangeloLee.com. That's DANGELO Lee.com. All of my information is there. You can get in contact with me. You can invite me to your offices, to your organizations, to your corporations, to speak and to share the resources that the D'Angelo Lee Company bring so that you can own real estate, you can change your life and build legacy.
I like this. Say that last line, so that you can own real estate. Say that one more time for me.
It's D'Angelo Lee. My website is DangeloLee.com. That's DangeloLee.com. And land is legacy.
Land is legacy. Now tell us about Unity Estates and your vision behind their residential development.
Well, as I mentioned to you before, I am originally from Los Angeles, California. Shout out to LA. I'm in LA as we speak. And I moved away from Los Angeles when I went to Morehouse College. And then I went to graduate school at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. And I was recruited from Wall Street. And so when I went to Dallas, I heard about the southern sector of Dallas, but it wasn't, you know, they said it in air quotes. You don't want to go to the southern sector of Dallas because that's where the people of color lived. But I had a frat brother that lived there. And when I went there, I mean, the land was beautiful. I mean, it was, you know, but of course, anytime there are more people of color in that community, it does not always have the best reputation. And so when I went to that community, I wanted to find a new structure, but there were none. I ended up buying an older home and went in there, renovated it. But my frat brother, I'm a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. And my Kappa brother had built a house from the ground up. I wanted one, but I had to get an older home. And then he began to share with me the history that there were no new housing developments there in the last 50 years. And I went out to change it. I said, we're going to get some new housing here in this part of the city. And oddly enough, years later, I became a city zoning commissioner for the city of Dallas. And that very area that I moved in, I now became the land commissioner over it. This is far after I had built the Unity Estates there. But there was a need. There was a need for new housing. And I'm talking about affordable housing. And I ended up bringing organizations together that, of course, at the end of the day, you know, Janae, when you build houses, you got to sell them, right?
Yes.
You got to sell them. And so where do most people of color gather that have money to buy? And typically they're in the faith-based community. And so I went to these guys, man, just purely just say, hey, we need you to buy these houses. Created incentive programs to get their congregations out to buy these homes. And as they bought the homes, we built more and more and more. And it became the first housing development there for single families. And now everybody's coming over there. You know, sometimes when you're the pioneer in things, and I thank God for that I've always been a visionary to see where things are going. I'm risk averse now because I'm a little older, but at that time, I didn't mind taking the risk and taking some folks with us. But they were calculated risks. And now that area is thriving. It is thriving. There are numerous housing developments, mixed use developments. There was a mall there. I won't call the mall's name, but I was instrumental in repurposing that. It was, you know, it was one of the if you will, the ghetto mall. And that's where you go and, you know, you get all the whatever the stuff, the swap meet type stuff. But I had another vision for it. Go look at it now. Mixed use, high-end living. You got all of the great stores and department stores there. But we also have in that development where you can have individuals that need workspaces. Where they can come in and have conference rooms and they can have podcast rooms, and then we can network and conference rooms and meeting areas all within this same development. There's areas where you can sit out and have coffee and you can have conversations, and it's beautiful and picturesque. And it's a place of serenity that was not before. But all of this came as a result of understanding the value of land. Understanding its legacy and its ability to transform communities. And who lives in communities? People. People's lives are transformed as a result of this. So it's a comprehensive plan. It's a comprehensive goal. It changes lives. It changes people. It changes communities for the better. Wherever you are on the globe, land changes you.
Wherever you are on the globe, land changes you.
It changes you, or it changes you, or you will be changed. So you might as well be a part of the change. I'm the proud father of 3 adult children, and I tell my kids, and I'm a new grandfather too, guys, but I tell my children, I said, you have 2 choices. You either gonna pay rent or collect rent.
Say that again. You either gonna pay or collect.
Pay or collect. You make the choice. And I am going to collect. I'm a collector. I collect, and I encourage everyone else to do this, because you don't have no. If you don't, then you're gonna be what? Homeless.
That's true.
I'm not promoting homelessness by any stretch of the imagination. Nothing against the homeless folks, but there is an opportunity for us to make housing available to them, so that we can change their mind. You're changed by the renewing of your mind. My dad always told me, he said, son, you can give a man $1 million, many millions as you want, but if you don't change his mind, he gonna blow it. Because so as a man thinketh, so is he. Your dollar don't have any thoughts or plans. It only has your thoughts and plans. Money is benign. Money do what you tell it to do. So if you take money and money is well invested, you're a good steward over it, it will come back to you. But conversely, if you're not a good steward, it's going to come back to you as well. But it's your choice. It is your choice. either collect or pay. I choose to collect. And the D'Angelo company teaches you how to collect so that you can transform the lives of people wherever you are on the globe, or whatever community, whatever your zip code is, whatever your coast is, whatever your nationality is, you can change lives with one of the most valuable commodity on the planet is dirt, is land, because it would never depreciate. And guess what? They're not making it anymore. As a matter of fact, they're talking about making floating cities now because there's no more dirt. They're literally going to make floating cities out in maritime law where they don't even have to deal with the laws of the different countries. So yeah, get you some land.
Get you some land and collect. Now, how do you determine which projects to take on? How would you determine which projects to take on, which companies to work with? How do you determine that?
Well, always remember this. Always remember this. It don't make sense. If it doesn't make CENT, it doesn't make SENSE. It has to make sense. When you build, it has to make sense. It has to be profitable. And so the D'Angelo company teaches you how to review these numbers, how to do your pre-development so that you do get to a place where those projects are profitable. You don't have to do that alone. And then the beautiful part about it too is that I don't do it for you. I teach you how to do it. My dad always says, son, teach a man to fish and he can feed himself for a lifetime. So I want to teach you, again, going to faith-based organizations, which is where a lot of people of color live. It's where they commune. It is their citadel. And if we can teach them to reach out to their communities and teach them the value of land, the value of development to your communities, then we're made the better. We're made the better with these institutions that have the most influence on those communities. And so the D'Angelo company teaches you about your structure and what are the values and the benefit of having that type of structure so that you won't go into a project where it is not profitable, where you don't understand profit and loss statements, where you understand construction costs, where you understand bridge loans and permanent financing, understanding tax credits, understanding the various ways to do capital stacking to get these projects done. The D'Angelo brings all of that to the table so that you will be successful at what you do. And I don't do it alone. I have a team. You get more power when you hit like this, correct? Opposed to like that. And so I'm one of them guys is that I believe in partnership. I believe in collaboration. I believe my dad always says, son, do what you do best and do that. Let other people do the rest. So I bring the people together in order to make that happen. And that's the difference between a developer and a builder. Mm-hmm. The developer is the one that has the mind or the vision for the project and brings everybody together to get it done. And that's what the D'Angelo company does as one of the aspects of the business.
That is so amazing. I want to switch gears a little bit because you talked about 2 books that you had written earlier in the show. Can you tell us
keep spinning
about,
out, Katrina? Yes.
Can you tell us about your books and reflect their broader mission of healing and empowerment?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I am a proud author, you all. I am a proud author. I'm a 2-time proud author. And let me get this statistic. When you look at people of color that are authors globally, it's only 1% of the population. And then when you take that 1% of the total population and you break that down to African American men or men of color, it is 0.4% of that 1%. It's even smaller. And then if you take that 0.4% of that 1% and you look at men of color that have published more than 2 books, it's even smaller than that. Wow. So Jamila, I am a rarity. And all of my other brothers, and particularly brothers, sisters too, I'm talking to you, that are publishers, that have published books more than 2. Guys, we are an anomaly. And high fives to all of you all out there that are producing and getting your stories out. And my dad told me this story, Jamila, and it was a story about Long Ranger Tonto. And so Tonto was talking to the Long Ranger. He said, man, every time you go somewhere, you win. I don't care where we go on the globe, man, you win. And Tonto asked the Long Ranger, he said, man, can I win sometime? Can I be the superhero? Can I win? And the Long Ranger looked at Tonto and said, when you start writing your stories, you can. When you start writing the story, you can. But as long as I'm writing them, I'm going to be the winner. So we got to tell our story.
Yeah.
That's why it's called His Story. Tell your story. And so I am peacock proud and high and happy. You're going to hear me say that over and over again, that I'm a 2-time published author. And my first book is called Parenting from a Distance. And Parenting from a Distance, from its core, it talks about connection. There was a time that I was separated from my wife and children. And for me, family is everything. I believe in family. My parents were married for over 65 years. My grandparents was married for over 70 years. So I've always had this history of marriages staying together and families staying together. So that was very, very important to me to make sure that my family was together, even from a distance. And so I wrote this book. I had to take this class called Parenting. And I remember listening to the presenter, and I said, have you ever parented from a distance? He was like, no. I said, and I clearly began to understand then I should know what that means. And I wrote the book. And the book talks about how do you take available resources that's around you. You ain't got to be creative, just the resources like your laptop, like email, like your phone, visitation, basic things, your fitness. How do you take these things and use them as a connector, as something that preserves your family despite the distance, whatever that distance might be? It may be incarceration. It may be deployment. It may be for organizations that have call centers on different coasts. How do you develop leaders to create that community despite the distance? And so that book talks about connection, how to become emotionally available. We call it now in corporate America, we call it emotional intelligence. How do you develop emotional intelligence? And Parenting from a Distance does that, because at the core of it, it talks about connection. How do you have intentional communication, consistent messaging? And not only just that, but how do you walk your talk? So Parenting from a Distance, despite the genesis of it, it reaches to public and private sectors about connection, human connection. I've had the opportunity to lead large organizations. And Jamila, one of the things that's very, very important to me is that I see people. I see people. I don't necessarily see your work, because if you honor people, they'll take care of the work. If you recognize single women that are trying to get the work and juggling their children, I mean, be a little empathetic. I call myself a vulnerable leader, because I want people to understand that I understand what it means to be human. And Parenting from a Distance does that. And part of the training and the resources that the D'Angelo Lee Company brings to companies and organizations is this connection. We provide resources, training programs, so that companies and organizations can begin to find ways to sustain this connection. Whether, again, as I talked about, because we live in this remote workforce culture where now people are working remotely. And how do we sustain connections? How do we build safe spaces? How do we build a valued-centered community? How do we teach people to be emotionally connected even though we're not in the same room? Parenting from a distance. The D'Angelo Lee organization provides the training, provides the resources, provides the consulting to organizations on the systematic ways to get that done. So parenting from a distance is one of those resources. And of course, you can always go to D'AngeloLee.com and you can find those resources. You can book our organization to come in and to provide these resources to you. You will love it. And then our second book is called, you ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
It's called Theology of Fitness. Let that rest with you. Theology of Fitness. And essentially, it talks about the intersection of this thing here, my temple, and what I believe, and what I think about myself, and how I must take care of this temple. Because when you look at our communities, particularly communities of color, and how we're dying of preventable diseases, we don't have to. The D'Angelo Lee Company, we come in and we provide counseling, consulting, my book, my resources, the book, and training to organizations on how to have a health workforce. There are a plethora of studies that shows that when you are fit, there's a domino effect, whether it's in your home or in your boardroom. When you have a healthy person involved in whatever you're doing, you become much more productive. And hence, when you're much more productive, that translates into profitability. But the beautiful part about it is that we're not concentrating on the dollars, we're concentrating on the people. I remember so vividly when I was away, and I remember this, one of the gentlemen was telling me, because I taught GED. And so one of the gentlemen came to me and he says to me, pulls me out of the classroom and he says, "It is very obvious that you are very smart." I was okay, cool. I'm like, yeah, it's very, he says, very obvious that you're articulate. He said to me, "You care before they want to know how much you know." And that has been a ethos, a mantra for me, is to love people. It's to understand people. And why do I do that? Because I'm human. I may have, all these degrees behind my name, and I've been to Ivy League schools, and I've been all over the world, and God has favored me. But when you take all of that down, and this may be a little crazy, but we all go to the, to that way, whatever you want to call it, the same way. I have to sit down like you do. I got to do all those same things, and I have to constantly remind myself. And I do that for leaders, CEOs, and pastors, and executive directors, and managers. Man, just think about you. That was you at one point. That person gets sick like you do. If they have families, they have family issues as you do. And if you address those concerns, if you meet them where they'll take care of yours, and they would joyfully do it. And that means that it cuts down on retention. It increases retention. People stay there longer. They're not out sick all the time. It creates an emotionally stable, safe environment for them to express their views and perspectives. Now, one of the things we do at the D'Angelo Lee Company is that we do a lot of acronym type of systems training. For example, we use this acronym called STAR. And STAR stands for stop, think, act, and review. Because so many times you're moving so fast and you're trying to multitask. And when you find yourself in a situation like that, just use STAR. Stop for a minute. And then think about the task that's before you. And then when you stop, and then you think, and then you take what did I say? My A was you act. You act, and then you review your actions. And that's just one of the things that we share, we teach, and we consult with through the D'Angelo Lee Company. And we bring all of that to your organizations, and it's via the 2 books that I've written. And we can go on and on and on about all of the wonderful resources that, that really just came out of my own struggles, my own experiences, and how it was able to be repurposed and transliterated into the corporate America, into CEOs, into executive directors and managers and leaders, so that we can bring out the best in people. Because when we bring out the best in people, they'll bring out the best in you.
That is so true. People are important. Yes. And a lot of times people just think business, but we have to think about the people of meeting the need.
Absolutely.
I want to thank you so much for coming. I want to thank you so much for your wisdom. I have taken notes. I've written down a lot of notes. Can you yes. share real quick again how people can get in contact with you?
Again, my name is D'Angelo. So people are going to call me D'Angelo, but it's not spelled D-E. It's DANGELO Lee.com. It's DangeloLee.com. You can go there to book our company to come in for keynote speaking, conferences, consulting, in all the areas that are open to you. Go to our website, and you can see the plethora of industries and the resources that we bring to both the public and the private sector. We have an intake form in there. You can go out and fill out that intake form and invite me, the D'Angelo Lee Company, to your organizations, and see the benefits of understanding that faith and fitness is not a fad, it's a fact. When you take care of people, people will take care of you. And that's what the D'Angelo Lee wants to do, is make sure that companies and organizations are doing their absolute best, and that your people are doing good and doing great as you do good and do great. So yes, visit me at DangeloLee.com. Please go there, get all your information, call me, talk to me. I'll be there, I'll come there, and you will not regret it.
That is so awesome. Thank you so much again, Mr. D'Angelo Lee. Genius is coming, yes. And I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform,
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN. Reach a targeted audience and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure they're residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will be having Dr. Alexis Pedowa-Weeks. Dr. Alexis Pedowa-Weeks, widely known as Dr. Privacy, is a global authority in data privacy, cybersecurity, and risk management, with over 25 years of experience across legal, technical, and executive domains. He is the founder and CEO of Karambaway Cybersecurity Group, Dr. Privacy.us, and co-founder of the nonprofit Cyber Minds Research Institute, where he advances ethical data practices, holding a Juris Master in Cybersecurity Law and a doctorate in Information Security. Dr. Weeks is a trusted advisor to governments, corporations, and think tanks, helping organizations move beyond compliance to create privacy-first cultures that are secure, ethical, and resilient. I present to you Dr. Alexis Pedowa-Weeks. I want to take this time out to make sure that you go ahead and donate. This is a fundraiser. Make sure you donate to our scholarship fundraiser. We're welcoming you, Dr. Alexis Pedowa-Weeks.
Hey, good afternoon, Jamila. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you today?
I'm blessed, giving thanks.
Okay, I am going to jump right into the questions. I have my pen and paper. I'm ready for all your wisdom. The first thing I want to know is, how did you get the nickname Dr. Privacy?
So privacy is something that I've always done. And having my doctorate 4 years ago, privacy is an area of study for which I've really concentrated in over the last couple of years, because I look at it in terms of where we are as an organization, as a country, and kind of walking through the process of, the place that privacy is going to play and how that would kind of impact business. So I started the process of trying to trademark Dr. Privacy, and that has been my speaking handle for the last couple of years.
Awesome. Now, what was your turning point as a global privacy thought leader?
I think the turning point is when you look at getting a better understanding of data, how data is being used, and how organization today it's going to be using data. I think when we start looking at the implication of how data is being used from that perspective, and then overall, what is the process of being able to manage that as an expectation from a client perspective as well too.
Now, why should organizations think beyond compliance when it comes to privacy?
Sure. I think the reason to be able to think beyond compliance is it depends on the industry that you're in. Today, we have a mix of organizations that are in regulated industries, and we have some organizations that are in non-regulated. And we have to look at privacy from the perspective of just being a checkbox initiative. Most organizations today look at privacy as just the opportunity to be able to meet that requirements. And if you don't have to meet that requirement, the question is whether you as an organization would continue to do what is in the best interest of the customer. And that's why you have to be able to think of privacy beyond the notion of just compliance.
Now, what is the biggest misconception about data privacy in business?
I think the largest conception or the myth that I see today is the notion of whether you have policies and procedures in place and whether that would affect you or protect you as a business itself. So there's a misnomer that if you have privacy regulation in place, if you have privacy policies or notice to customers, that you are in fact compliant. Those things, while they're important in terms of an organization, they don't really get to, as we would say, the meat and potato of the process. So with someone who believes in that trust and verify approach, you got to be able to expect that the organization is doing what they're saying that is outlined in their policies and procedures. And many of the times, those organizations are not even following what is outlined in their policies and procedures. So we may think that they have best practices just because they have those, what I call baseline things are in place. But overall, that is a misnomer. And you have to be able to test them to determine whether appropriate controls is being followed and whether they're taking the appropriate step as outlined in some of those guidelines as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, how can leaders foster a culture of privacy within their teams?
So when you think of it, just similar to security, privacy is something that everyone needs to be a part of. You have to be able to be in a process whereby you think of what you're doing. So when we think of privacy, we talk about opportunities around how data is collected, for example, how data is processed, how it is saved, how it is shared, and what are the controls that may be in place to be able to not only mitigate the risk, but speak to the effort that the organization is following as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I wanted to start a cybersecurity company, what would I need to start it?
Well, the first thing I would say, you would need a passion. You would need a passion to understand what value, what are the things that you would address as an organization or someone who wants to enter the field. What are things that you research and you said, okay, there's these 4 or 5 things that I see within the space that no one is doing right now. Or you're providing, for example, education to elderly folks because the age population are being targeted from a cybersecurity risk. You would have gotten those calls or your grandmother would call and say, hey, Jamila, this person just called and they need my card and they're such a nice guy. They're calling from Microsoft. My computer has the virus. First of all, Microsoft is never going to call you directly like that unless you initiate a call. Or you may get a call from somebody say, hey, I'm with the IRS, but you need to go to Walmart and get me, gift cards. Things that don't correlate. So if you were going to enter the workspace today, you would try to understand what is the risk or how do you put processes in place that may communicate some of the acts within the field today to link maybe young people with elderly folks or have individuals have a better understanding of how the data is being used. So you may do cybersecurity training. That may be something to look at, but you may need to do some research in the field, but understand what skill set you have and what you can bring to the profession to meet some of the needs where there may be a gap.
So research, you need to research first what needs need to be met, then go and get the skill set for that need and have
you got to be able to do that because you have to understand what are the things that's going to drive your passion. Because many people may say, hey, now I want to get into the industry because I want to make money. Okay, what happens when you start making money? You always want to make more money and you want to make more money. So you're not really driven by a passion. You're driven by your desire to make more money. So if you don't make more money, then you get discouraged. But once you kind of have that need or working on a passion of something you're trying to address, you would do it, as they say, without getting paid, right? Where it's not about how much you're being compensated, but I have that need where I want to work with nonprofit organization because I know there's a gap within that space around technical skills. And they may be in a situation where they're being targeted. How do we address that risk? So that's some of the things that we would kind of align with to see, okay, what services would a commercial organization need and what are some of the same services that a nonprofit would need, for example, and how do we meet those?
Now, what industries right now are most vulnerable to cybersecurity threats?
Sure, I think most industries, small businesses are very much vulnerable. That goes back to my notion before of where the gap exists. the gap may exist there because maybe you may be a one-person shop or two-person shop, or you may be a family business where you've spent generation of providing a level of services, but maybe sometimes you don't have the financial wherewithal or the technical skills to be able to implement some of the things that is required. So when you look at your ability to do transaction with credit cards and other things like that, for a small business, the risk is very high, because if you have an incident, not only would you lose the trust of your customer if you was to expose that data, but you could be out of business. So that's one area that I think that is very much targeted. Nonprofits are the same, because some nonprofit organization may get grants and other funding to provide social services or needs, but again, may not have that technical understanding when you try to go or scale. But then some of the traditional stuff like banking is getting a lot better through some of the initiative around like PCI DSS and some of the efforts around making sure that if you accept credit cards, there are going to be appropriate steps in place to be able to do that. Credit bureaus are a major effort as well, because we've seen that over the last couple of years where they hold so much of your data, your lives, and everything. So they become a huge target and become susceptible. So there's a huge investment being made there. And another area is healthcare, hospitals and health facilities, right? They have a lot of highly sensitive information of you and your family and generations. You know, imagine if you're in a small city where there's one hospital that's been there for 80 years, how much information would that entity has from that perspective? So understanding the requirements for some of those industry and why you're targeted. The question becomes, what type of data do you have? The higher the level of sensitivity of data you have, the more risk exists, because my ability to exfiltrate you becomes more targeted, like we would say. Because why would I just want to go after an organization that just have your first name and last name, but don't have your social security number, credit card, and other kind of sensitive data? So many of the ones that I listed before, they have a large type or large data set with highly sensitive data, so they become target for that purpose.
So what are some of the ways that small businesses, nonprofits can protect themselves against cybersecurity threats?
Sure. So like the Small Business Association have many free resources that organizations like that can use. They have, you know, training module that show you how to do different things. There's also many other nonprofit organizations that exist, social services like ISACA, ISSA, IAPP, and many other organizations that have some level of being able to give back. So being able to work with some of those organizations enable you to bring in skill set that you may not have off of the bat, but there may be an organization who's willing to come in and either work with you, do an assessment. And then our same thing with schools. Some colleges and universities that may have funding available to teach the communities. Organizations like this one may provide an opportunity for small businesses and other type of organization to learn through, you know, expert individuals coming on the platform and being able to speak about the ability to grow or what are some of the requirements to protect your infrastructure.
Now, can you explain what a virtual privacy office model is and who it benefits?
So I think a virtual model, when you think of the model, it may be in a situation where an organization may not have an internal staff to do that. So similar to like the virtual CISO concept that we've been seeing the last couple of years, there may be like DPOs, so data privacy officers, that an organization can work towards establishing that relationship. So they may not have the resources to have someone full-time, but there may be a virtual person for which you can bring in place that would assess your privacy program and being able to work with general counsels, executives, and other types of organizational representative to get a better understanding of the posture from a privacy. I think many of the effort there going to be centered around, like I said before, what you're collecting, who you're sharing it with, and any specific regulation that you may have to adhere to based on the industry that you operate in.
That is nice. I've never heard of that until today, until you said that. What role do international laws like GDPR and CCPA play in shaping business practices globally?
Sure. I think some of those laws, one of the things that we use in terms of the ability to shape business, because they kind of set expectation and standards for which organization may need to follow. Many of those ones that you mentioned, they're in law, which means that they're enshrined in laws. GDPR, for example, address, organization that operates within the EU bloc, and what is the requirements around data processing, data collection, data sharing, as it relates to protecting customer data. So organizations or regulation like those kind of drive what the expected standard would be related to how you would process and collect specific data, similar to what we have in CCPA from the state of California. They've established those requirements around how are they going to protect the citizen within that state and their data, what organization can do, how you can process the data, who you can collect it from, and what process you may put in place, whether it's through litigation or through like a subject access request approach, where you as a customer can reach out to an organization and say, hey, what type of data do you have for me? Where did you get it? Who have you shared it with? So those regulations tend to drive expectation from a business, and some of them give the customers the ability to be a part of that decision-making process around what an organization may or may not do with their data.
Now, how do U.S. companies prepare for emerging laws across Latin America and the Caribbean?
So I think when we look at some of the what we call emerging markets, I think it's going to be a unique opportunity to see how those regions operate. So for example, similar to US, there is an expectation where, I'm not saying that it's a cookie cutter approach, but their regulations tend to be similar to what you see in other industrial nations. So in Europe, for example, if you look at Jamaica or Barbados or St. Kitts or other Caribbean countries, there is, when you look at the laws, they're similar to what we have before. So there may be a right to privacy. There may be an opportunity for you to submit a request to an organization to understand how data is processed. From a US business perspective, one of the things that we will need to consider is, as you go to a different region, you need to understand what is the laws and the regulation for that specific region. How does it differ in the US, for example, compared to go to Brazil? In some region, privacy may be enshrined in regulations or in the Constitution or other legal framework for which you as an organization need to adapt to. And as you enter those markets, then it's no difference than you understanding the customers within that market, but you understand what are your legal obligations as relate to what you can do. Some of these regions may allow you to process the customer's data, but you have to maintain that data within the region. In the US, for example, there's no federal privacy regulation. So we have multiple states have different approach as it relates to privacy regulation. But as a US business, as you go internationally, you also need to know, not only adhere to the laws in the US, but you also need to adhere to the laws in the region. If you go to, like I say, you go to Costa Rica, if Costa Rica say, you can process my customers' data or my citizen data, but it has to be kept within Costa Rica, then you as an entity need to be able to adopt your processing activity where you can collect that data, but it may need to be regionally set. So a lot of that will be driven by the regulation of the region. And the Caribbean, they're right next to us as neighbors. So your operation here, similar climate, similar culture, the needs may be similar. So you may need to just adapt according to what the requirements for the region.
Mm-hmm. Now, what are privacy-enhancing technologies?
So privacy-enhancing technologies are some of the technologies that may be able to help you to protect data. So you heard the issue of like encrypting data anonymization, and data different approach for you to be able to still work with data and protect that data. So they provided some additional relief for an organization to kind of execute what they're doing, but still not expose the customer's data in a different way. It supposedly help you as a business as well, because at least we know they're taking steps to kind of protect the data that you're collecting from customers.
Mm-hmm. So how does small businesses use the PETs or PETs?
So when you start looking at it from a small business, when you start looking at it, many of the efforts is around mapping your data. You need to know what type of data you have, where the data is located, and what type of technology you may be able to deploy from a PET perspective to be able to protect that data. So for example, if you're hosting data in a database, for example, is it encrypted at rest? Do you have process in place when you communicate with the customer that you don't put sensitive information in that data, right? If you're sharing it, for example, or you're going to put customer information, social security number, and everything in an email you're going to send. Or if a customer come in and see you, let's say your doctor's office, or you're going to put health-related information within the email and just send it to a Gmail account or other things like that. So there may be some technology that you can adopt them and say, hey, if I send that kind of sensitive information, I could either have it blocked, or I can, issue a pop-up or something that may alert you, hey, you're sending sensitive information in what we may call a clear text format, and what processes can you do to kind of enhance that. Maybe you don't send that up, but give them the ability to log in and keep that within your perimeter, and then you can kind of secure that and determine what you kind of expose in a non-controlled environment.
Now, how can companies implement privacy by design in digital transformation initiatives?
Sure. So when we think a lot of this effort on digital transformation, most people may think of like banking and other types of solution. When we think of the integration in privacy into digital transformation, there was a whole concept of privacy by design. So Dr. Kevorkian out of Canada was a proponent of that, and it's been globally accepted now as a benchmark or a best practice. The whole concept of privacy by design look at privacy being a part of every initiative or every stage of the development life cycle. So if you think if you're going to build a widget today and you start collecting types of information, you may say, okay, at the concept of putting the idea together, you may start thinking of the implication of privacy. If it was going to get exposed, what type of information we have, and what are the different things that we can put in place that protect that data. So the whole part of the process is, as you go to the development life cycle, before you even get to customer, privacy is already as part of that consideration. In other thoughts, privacy tend to be like a bolt-on or an addition after something is done. So many of the different technologies that you have today, you may hear people talk about being agile and waterfall and moving very quickly. But then for us, from a privacy perspective, we want to be embedded as part of that development life cycle. So as you go through the process of developing that widget, you're already considering, hey, what is the privacy risk? You can determine that by the type of data you have. If you're building an application or an app or a basic system, and it's going to have credit card information, or going to have social security or kids information, you could consider, hey, where would I put that data? Would I put it internal? Would I put it in the cloud? And what are some of the security controls that I can put in place that would align with more or less best practices or standards globally?
Now, what are the cybersecurity implications of AI and biometric data use?
So I think when we think of it from a biometric data use, we've seen that in like DNA organization like 23andMe and other ones who've either been sold or going to bankruptcy. The conversation when we start thinking of AI is that AI have the benefit for good and AI have the benefit for bad. It depends on how it is used and the implication for quick adoption within certain industry. When we think of it from an AI perspective within the biometric fields, there is a notion of working in healthcare, being able to assess in research, medicine development, and other things like that. But as an organization, we have to be mindful of like hallucination. AI hallucination is one of the things that we've heard about where people may be intentionally trying to provide bad information to AI. You've heard concept within fields where AI is just being overused or overhyped. AI itself as a LLM is not net new. Many organizations have been using this technology for a while. What we've seen is a greater adoption for OpenAI or ChatGPT, as we've known, was a big move of that like 2-3 years ago. And after that, everybody had AI in everything that they do. And many of the providers who was not providing good software, now they're just repackaging it and everything is just AI driven or AI enhanced from a technology perspective. But between that, the biometric field, I think is a little sensitive because now you're not only exposing your data, but you're exposing data for generation for people that have died, your ancestors and stuff from your lineage and your kids and future adoptions and other things like that. So the implication around that, if it's misused, it can have a significant impact on you and your business, but not just on your business, but you as a family as well. So you got to be careful with that.
Now, what's the first step a business should take after a data breach?
Well, the first step may determine where you are, whether you're in a regulated industry or whether you're in a non-regulated. But the first step is to be able to assess the extent to which whether you had a breach or not. Because you got to be able to determine, did I in fact have a breach or was it an incident? So there's some distinction as it relates to that. When we start thinking of it from a breach perspective, many states have requirements around notification in terms of who do I need to notify, right? But the first thing you need to do is determine whether you even have an incident response plan to respond to the either likelihood or whether you in fact can prove that you had a breach or not. And then that would kind of indicate the different steps you need to follow. Who do I communicate? Do I call the lawyer first? Or do I go executive levels? Or do I bring the tech people in to kind of decipher whether in fact I had a breach? And based on the industry that you're in, there is specific requirements. If you're in a healthcare provider, for example, there is outlined by Health and Human Services that explains that you need to be able to communicate that breach. Like if you're in the state of Florida, there may be requirements around the total number of records. Some states may have like 500 as a default for you to be able to communicate that. Some have different timelines in terms of when you need to communicate that. It can be anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. The federal requirements may be you had to notify the customers within a certain number of days, whether it's 60 days or 30 days. It differs by state, but it's just the opportunity to establish, you need to have an ability to identify that you had a breach. So, policies and procedures, being able to execute the incident response plan, for example, enable you as an organization to kind of go in and decipher. And then when you start doing that analysis, the concern is to make sure that you're not just doing analysis whereby you're now impeding a future investigation. So you're messing up data. When the forensic folks come in, you turn off the system already. So you lost stuff from a memory perspective. So, understanding whether you had a breach or not, whether your incident response or whether you can respond back after having a breach, and what the extent, is your entire system locked down? Are you able to recover from that perspective?
Now, I heard you say it could be an incident. So what's the difference between data breach and an incident?
So remember, you can be an incident where many organizations try to be mindful of the words that you use, right? Because you can say you have an incident where you determine an anomaly, so something that doesn't seem right. So there may have not been a breach, but maybe a system was locked out or an account was locked out or other things like that. If you had a breach because somebody called and said, hey, I have access to your data, most research indicated that the perpetrator has been in your system anywhere from 12 months to 18 months before you may have even detected them. So you may have an incident that may be triggering or enable you to determine that you've had a breach. So what are you looking at? Do you have like a SIM or an event correlator that you may be able to say, okay, there's some guy logging in from a country outside of the US, and now the account that they're logging in with have access to the employee data, or they have access to the customer database. Or you may receive a notification and say, hey, Jamila, I just downloaded all your customer database and I want you to send me $500,000 in Bitcoin, right? And they may give you a snippet showing that they in fact have access to your customer database. So by then you have a bigger problem. But it depends on the level of it, whether you may consider incident or you may consider a breach. An incident you may not have to report, but it depends on which regulation, which organization type you are, based on the industry as well too. Because even that you may have to report it. If you're supporting federal agency and you have an incident, there may be contractual obligation that you may have to communicate that back to your clients.
Now, how do you balance cybersecurity needs with operational efficiency?
So one of the things we always say in that from an efficiency perspective, you need to establish best practices and baseline. How are you going to be efficient to determine that it's actually working? One of the other aspect when you want to look at it is the fact that when you think of it from a cost, most people would say you would not spend more to protect a widget than the cost of either replacing that widget. But there are some things that you cannot associate the cost with. Your reputational damage, if you've been an organization that run for 50, 60 years, and there was $1 million that you need to spend, you may say, oh man, I can't spend $1 million. But what would be the implication for you if you had an incident from that perspective. So that operational efficiency, I think it is key when you look at some of the cybersecurity spend and how do you communicate the risk to the board. Many organizations today tend to operate in more for a responsive nature as opposed to being prepared. So you wait for an incident, you've heard the stories where you're going to speak to the board, hey, I need to get this money spent for cyber. And they're like, well, we never had an incident, why do we need to spend that money? So organizations tend to be more reactive as opposed to being proactive. As a cybersecurity professional, we always assume you're going to have an incident. You just haven't discovered it yet. So if you start from that perspective, you think, okay, maybe I'm already breached. I need to determine what the extent or how long the perpetrator may have been in my organization. And you start from that concept of saying, hey, it's not a matter of if or when. You are going to have an incident. The question is, when you do have that incident, are you in a position to kind of control the outcome of that? Or they may breach the first level. You think of security, think of it like your house. If somebody was to get into your house, they may be able to come to the front door, but can they get into your bedroom? If that is locked, there may be a different thing, so they can get anything that is on that first floor. Then if they was to get into your bedroom, you may have a vault or something that a fire safe or something that you may put your critical documents in. So once they pass that different layer, as you go deeper into the house, the things that are sensitive to you, you do additional level of security around it. So you may have cameras outside that may deter someone to get in, but they may say, oh, maybe it's just the cameras there, no one is at home. So they would test some of the control and being able to validate that. It's the same thing to determine of what is important. If you don't know what you have, you can't protect what you don't know what you have. So understanding that, I think, is going to be key.
Mm-hmm. Now, what frameworks do you recommend for managing privacy and cybersecurity risk?
So I think framework, again, is also driven by your industry. NIST, for example, has a great set of framework for organization that's federally guided. Many non-profit or what we call commercial entity have followed those same standards. ISO also has specific standards that you may follow that may be global in nature. If you're doing credit cards, for example, PCI DSS, where the organization that, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, those organizations are coming together and said, okay, what are the standard best practices that organization that accept all cards should follow? So there's all of those different standards. There's COBIT and ISO and many other standards out there that you as an organization may adopt. Some of it is driven by the industry that you're in. So if you're financial as well, there may be specific requirements or standards or framework within those industry that you need to adhere to as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's your advice for young professionals entering the cybersecurity field?
Find a need. Find a need within the field, find a passion, and understand what skill set you have that you can bring to the profession, right? Because those are the things that would keep you engaged after whether there's monetary needs or other things are being met. So when you get in the industry today, there's been an argument today with people arguing about whether you have a degree or an experience. Mm-hmm. From my perspective, you get both. Because as you go higher up the chain, it's easy to say you're not going to go to college, you're not going to go get a degree, which is fine. But some of that may limit you as you go higher. So as you go higher, the requirement and the ability to think critically changes. So sometimes you go to college and it's a continuous process. When you look at where we are in the field today, we continue to change because the field is evolving. The risk is not the same yesterday like it is today. So your ability to kind of stay engaged, and you don't have to be formal. There is certification and trade schools and different things that you can go to, but many of that is driven by your passion. Knowing what you want to do today, so the long-term implication is that you'll be able to continue to be in this field for a long time. Many people look at it as being successful immediately. So when they see the success today, they don't see the 10 years of time that you put into place to have that success today. So don't be quick to give up. We've seen those many times where many people talk about being able to have that plan. You have a 60 or 90-day plan, and you expect to compete with somebody who's been doing it for 25, 30 years. Because there's many things that person would bring to a conversation that you may not be able to do because you're starting out as well. So then the best advice would be to be a sponge. Learn as much as you can. Research the field. Research individual. You should be able to have 5 to 10 people who's driving success within the field today. How did they do it? Successful people love to be able to talk about how they came up through the ranks, how they are successful, and learn. Get a subscription, do audiobooks, go to seminars, go to listen to webinars, listen to organizations like the Black Business Network and some of the presentation that we have here. But find someone who's in the field who you admire and reach out to them. Be bold. Just step up and say, hey, Jamila, I see you're doing this stuff and I have a requirement to be able to do that. But create the success that you want to see. Emulate it, right? It is not going to be given to you. You have to determine that which you want to be successful. If you're not going to be successful if you don't put in the work to learn how to do things. You may be a quick success today, but to have lasting success within the field, you got to be a learner. It's a constant process about making sure you're learning every day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alexis Weeks, for coming and showing your wisdom. Can you give us your contact information on how we can get in contact with you if we want to learn more or be a part of your school? Can you give us that information?
Perfect. You can reach me on LinkedIn. I'm always about helping other folks, mentoring professionals who get in the field. So you can find me at Dr. Alexis Pedro Weeks, or you can just search Dr. Privacy online and LinkedIn. You should be able to find us. You can also find us at Cyber Mind Research Institute, where we're a nonprofit organization helping practitioners if you want to do research within the field. So we have an IRB committee that I help chair. So if you want to get published, many of us have gone through the process of being able to do that. And if you're just looking for mentorship, right? You want to get started, what is the process to be able to get started and being able to meet industry professionals as you get much deeper into this career.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country specific. integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up.
Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvm.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will have Rachel Mashad, Rachel is a proud wartime U.S. Army veteran, life insurance and retirement specialist, and the CEO of Glamour Boulevard, a vegan hair care line for natural and curly hair. She is an Amazon best-selling author of the successful women's devotional and currently holds the title of Miss OC Florida for Miss Corporate America, passionate about community and connection. Rachel is the founder of the Orlando Connect, a dynamic networking group, and a monthly contributor to the Sanford Herald newspaper, where she shares financial insights to empower families in the community. She also hosts a monetized YouTube channel, Rachel's Read Aloud, where she reads children's books to kids all around the world, spreading joy, literacy, and love through storytelling. I present to you Rachel Michaud. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me. How are you?
I am wonderful. Okay, I want to know everything about you, so I'm going to start with a few questions, okay?
Okay.
As a wartime Army veteran and financial expert, how has your life shaped the way you view legacy and protection?
Yeah, so as a veteran, wartime U.S. Army veteran, I've seen firsthand how unpredictable life is. So legacy and protection are non-negotiables. It's about peace of mind for our loved ones, but it's also about using life insurance and leveraging life insurance while you're living and alive.
Now, what inspired you to enter the life insurance and retirement space?
Well, it was actually never a goal of mine. My goal was to actually become a physician assistant. That's what I went to college for, to get a degree in healthcare, so I could pursue a career as a physician assistant. But I was out networking and I met a friend of mine and she introduced me to the field. And not only that, also serving others has always been my purpose. So after the Army, I saw too many families struggling financially. And I knew I wanted to help change that and even, educate people about life insurance. So I came into the field and I absolutely love it.
Now, how does your background influence the way you connect with different generations about money and security?
Okay. So I've walked in both worlds, discipline from my military background and entrepreneurship from my business journey. So it makes it easier to speak to both, to a lot of people, Gen X and Gen Z, in a relatable way.
Now, what is the biggest misconception you see people, especially Generation Z, have about life insurance?
Well, Gen Z always tell me things like it's only for older people, but in reality, starting while they're young, it helps them build wealth and lock in affordable rates early. Not only that, but there's living benefits and long-term care, so they can use that while they're young and healthy as well.
So, how do you kind of get them to break down that barrier? Because I've heard that also about Gen Z. I'm young. I don't need that right now.
Yeah. Well, I always like to leverage this story about a younger guy. So we had a young guy. He was 25 years old. He was married and he got $1 million policy. So he got that. He was good. And it includes living benefits and long-term care just in case he needed it. So I tell them that a couple of months later after getting the policy, he passed away. So his wife called the company and said, "Hey, I'd like to access my husband's $1 million death benefit because he just passed away." So we looked in our system only to find out that he canceled his policy 3 weeks prior. So he wasn't able to, the wife wasn't able to get any of the money because he canceled it prior. So I always let young people know, Gen Z know that, hey, it doesn't matter if you're young, you're healthy, you want to get it now because, to prevent things like that happening. Because, a lot of people have homeowners insurance just in case something happens. They have car insurance just in case something happens, even cell phone insurance just in case something happens. So it's not guaranteed that all of those things will happen, but one thing that is guaranteed is death. But many people don't have life insurance, so I just give them that perspective just so they can see the importance of it.
Now, how do Generation X and Gen Z differ in how they define financial freedom?
So Gen X often define financial freedom as stability, home ownership, and like a solid retirement plan, and just being debt free. It's about security and preparing for the future. Gen Z, on the other hand, tends to view financial freedom as flexibility, independence, and the ability to enjoy life now, like working remotely, traveling, having multiple streams of income. So they prioritize freedom of time and lifestyle over traditional security.
Now, why do you believe that the Generation Z should start thinking about life insurance now, even before starting a family?
Yeah, so Gen Z should think about life insurance now because it is less expensive while they're younger and healthier. It builds cash value in their account. It sets them up for a long term success, not just in a time of crisis. Because with the cash value, they can use it to pay off credit card debts, student loans. If they don't have any of those things, they could just use it to save. So even before they start a family, they can start the life insurance now and it'll compound and grow in their cash value while they wait to make like major life expenses, like buy a home or anything like that, or and even start a family.
What financial lessons can Gen X pass down to Generation Z they often overlook?
That's overlooked. Some lessons that could be passed down is discipline, and the importance of protecting what they build. So Gen X has a wealth of lived experience that Gen Z can honestly learn from. So they can pass down the discipline.
Discipline. That's a good one,
Mhm.
because a lot of people just want things their way. They don't want to plan how to get it. They just want it their way.
Yeah.
So how do you help families break the cycle of financial silence across generations?
So I encourage people to have open conversations. It starts with a conversation. I host a lot of different events and workshops and give families the tools to discuss money and legacy with confidence. After educating families on life insurance, they always say they understand life insurance uh, better than they did before. And if they didn't understand it, they still understand it because even before I got into this industry, I didn't really understand it. I, like most people, always thought it was for, when you're passing away or if you're older, but it's more than that. So after educating them on that, they understand life insurance a lot better. And it's not difficult to comprehend. So they understand it fairly well.
Now, how does your work in the community reveal the real life impact of not having proper financial planning?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've seen families create GoFundMe accounts, fish fries, and it's not a substitute for life insurance. Planning ahead saves families from stress, debt, and just missed opportunity. And
Mhm.
not only that, GoFundMe's and fish fries, it doesn't have living benefits or long-term care. So, just starting life insurance now and early, it saves in the long run.
Now, what's one life insurance strategy that Gen Z can benefit from early on?
They can start a policy now because, as I mentioned, it does have the living benefits and the long term care. It builds wealth and provides protection even while they're young and healthy and living. So they can use the cash value to buy a home, to buy a car. They can build a business that leaves a lasting legacy for their families. They can even use it to pay off debt, like student loans, or even just help their families get out of debt if they don't have debt. So there's a lot of benefits to using life insurance, not only when we pass away, but also while we're living as well.
Now, how can Gen X protect wealth while still supporting their children or aging parent?
Yeah. So they can start by leveraging the index life insurance and annuities because those are some tools that grow safely. It's safe from market losses, zero losses because of the 0% floor that we have. And it can just support multiple generations, not just the one they're in now.
Wow, it can support multiple generations. Explain that a little bit more.
So a lot of things that wealthy people do is use life insurance for their family. And a perfect example would be the Rockefellers. That's how they build their wealth, right? So they have like their own family bank, and like that's another way of creating a bank for your family. So what a lot of wealthy people do is put life insurance on their kids. You can put a life insurance on a baby as young as 3 to 9 days old. As soon as they get their social security card, they can get a life insurance policy. So what a lot of wealthy people would do is to put these life insurance on their babies. And by the time they're like 20, 30, 35 years old, they're multimillionaires because that money has been compounding at a higher amount than that of a bank while they're younger. So when you talk about multiple generations, that's how the wealthy people did it, like the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, and a lot of wealthy people. So unfortunately, we're not educated on that. So that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about teaching, women and families in our community about life insurance because we just don't know what we don't know.
That's true. So the moral of that story is to start young.
Yep. Yep. Because even when you get older, it's not guaranteed that you'll even qualify for life insurance. And even if you're unhealthier and older, it's typically the premiums are always going to be higher because I'll still get clients in like their 60s and their 70s, and the premiums are always definitely higher, especially if they have some pre-existing conditions. You can get life insurance if you have pre-existing conditions, but it depends on the severity too. So when it comes to getting life insurance, we not only look at your age um, and how healthy you are, but that's another thing too, how healthy you are and your gender as well. So for some reason, getting life insurance as a male is pricier than that of a woman. I don't know if it's because men are more risky or whatever the case may be, but it's like that with car insurance as well. Car insurance is more for men than it is for women, and it's the same for life insurance.
That's true. I did research on it also, that it's higher for males. Now, what is the difference between just having insurance and truly building wealth through it?
So insurance isn't just a payout, it's a financial vehicle. With the right strategy, it builds tax-free wealth and cash flow. So that's the difference between just having life insurance. Having life insurance, you just have it, you pass away, the beneficiary gets, the money. But the back to the cash value portion of it, you can build wealth through it. And it's really a financial vehicle that a lot of wealthy people use. And I just like to educate people on it now so they can do the same thing.
Now, what role does retirement planning play in creating generational peace of mind?
So it plays a big role because it does remove the guesswork from your future. You really sleep better knowing your money is growing and it's protected. So when the market is doing well, vehicles like 401ks, your Roth IRAs, even the stock market, those things could be affected. But with your life insurance and the cash value that you have along with your life insurance, your money is protected. It doesn't affect the market at all because of the 0% floor. So just having that peace of mind, a lot of my clients sleep better because of that.
Now, can you break down how someone in Generational Z use life insurance as a tool, not just an emergency plan?
Yeah, so they can think of it as their financial foundation. It can, to fund a business, cover emergencies, and continue to build that generational wealth they will need in the future. Because oftentimes, Generation Z, they like to think of the world as like a microwave society. They like to think of the now, they want it now, they want it fast, but they have to think long term, think of not only your kids, but your kids, 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 so they can use that tool, to build the generational wealth that they need.
Now, you're the founder of the Orlando Connect.
Mhm.
How do you use that platform to educate families on wealth?
I like to I bring professionals together to network and to learn, and it's just all about connection and empowerment. And I host a lot of financial events on life insurance. I'll bring in guest speakers so they can speak on topics. One of the uh, recent events that I had was a financial wealth building seminar where I had myself speaking on life insurance. I had a tax advisor and I had a bookkeeper. So together, those are some financial tools that everyone could use. So I created an event around it.
Now, what are a place or a person that you would recommend people to go to learn more about the different types of life insurance?
So I typically hold like Zoom meetings, or I'll do it in person, so I could break down the different types of life insurance. Not only that, but the type of life insurance they will need, whether they're Gen Z or Gen X. I educate them on all of that.
Nice. Now, how can Gen X and Gen Z better communicate about finances without judgment or fear?
Yeah, so they can start by listening without judgment. Gen Z is very innovative, whereas Gen X is wise. So together, they can create financial legacy, you know, where they are.
Now, what advice would you give to someone who wants to be in the insurance industry?
If someone wants to be in the life insurance industry, I would definitely recommend it. I highly recommend it because, and I'm not telling them to quit their jobs or stop doing what they're doing currently, but they can add it on to what they're already doing. And I have a lot of agents that do that. So they not only, like, we have all different types of professions, because the thing with being in the life insurance industry, it's protected, it's protected. It's a very highly regulated industry, and a lot of people are coming into this industry because it is bringing them a lot of income stability, knowing that it's never going to go away or even crash on them. So we have a lot of different people in our industry at our office. We have doctors, we have nurses, we have just all types of people, even real estate agents, because with the real estate market, it goes up and down. It's not protected from market losses, or it's not pandemic proof, it's not recession proof, but the life insurance industry, it is. And that's why, as I mentioned, a lot of people are coming into this industry and learning from it.
Now, as a contributor to the Sanford Herald,
Mhm.
what kind of financial questions do you see most from each generation?
So some questions I get from, for example, like the Gen X, they ask, how do I protect my kids? Despite what age I am now, what would be the best type of policy to get? And from the Gen Z, I would get questions like, where do I even start? But I meet both Gen X and Gen Z where they are to answer their questions and make sure they understand it.
Now, do you also deal with kind of managing your finances, different type of accounts? Do you also deal with that when you're talking about financial education?
So no, that's more of a financial advisor role. And the financial advisors, they're more like the offense. They do deal with separate accounts, a lot of different accounts, whereas life insurance, we're more like defense. So we protect you whenever the market goes up or down. Okay. And then so we deal with life insurance, all types of life insurance, and we also deal with annuities for people that are older. That way they can get like that guaranteed income for the rest of their life. It's also a life insurance product, and it also has living benefits and long-term care as well.
Now, I heard earlier that you did a seminar for financial education and you were on your panel. Do you have any more seminars coming up or networking events that's coming up that you can tell us about?
Yeah, so I do have some networking events coming up. The very next one is going to be June 13th, and that's a Tutus Tea Time and Girl Talk event. It's going to be in the Winter Park, Florida area. And it's just going to be a lot of different conversations on different topics. And I also have another networking event. It's going to be June 27th, and all of that could be found on my social media page and Eventbrite. And I will be bringing in a guest speaker, and then the next one after that is going to be in June, and it's going to be a financial topic as well.
Awesome, awesome. Now, are all those events, are they in person? Are they virtual?
So those events are all in person. I haven't hosted any virtual events just yet, but I am going to be starting that this year.
Awesome. Now, how does storytelling, like what you do with Rachel's Read Aloud, connect to financial education?
So it doesn't yet. I created a couple of years ago before I started in the financial service industry because of my love for children and reading. But I am going to start implementing financial books that I can read to children because it's important for them to know as well, especially at a very young age. Like when I start having kids, I'm going to teach them about financial literacy as young as they can comprehend it, because it's important. I wish I would have known about, financial literacy when I was a young, girl. But of course, your parents only teach you what they know at the certain time. So, you can't fault them for that. But yeah, I'm going to start implementing that on my channel.
Now, financial literacy is very, very important. What would you say to people who say, I don't know where to go, I don't know who to talk to, I don't know what to look into, I just know I need to learn some type of financial literacy?
Yeah. So I would definitely recommend just start reading books. Read books. If you're not a big reader and you prefer to watch things, I would go on YouTube. They can always connect with me. I'm on social media. They can email me if they want to know more, and I would be gladly to educate them on it.
Now, do you have a favorite financial literacy book or YouTube channel? Do you have any favorites that you could tell us about?
On YouTube, I would say there's a channel called Financial Leisure or Earn Your Leisure. That's a good financial channel I like watching. And as far as books, oh wow, there's so many. I would say Tax Free Retirement is a really good book that people could learn from. So yeah, there's a lot. There's like a plethora of books that people could learn from even like right now.
Now, can you give me three of your favorite financial literacy topics?
I would say life insurance, of course. That's the field I'm in. I would say real estate is a really good one too. Real estate, a lot of people get into real estate and it does produces a large amount of income as well. And then retirement. I used to work in a nursing home, so I have like a heart for elders. And then so I still get to help them, in a different way in the financial aspect. So I would say retirement.
Retirement. Okay,
Yeah.
those are some good three. That's good three top topics. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't teach on those topics either.
Nope.
So those are good. But I know the bottom line is to start early so that you could get more residual. You could get at a cheaper rate, especially with life insurance.
Absolutely.
Now, what community efforts are you leading or involved in to promote financial literacy across age groups?
So I host a lot of women empowerment events. I speak, teach, and serve where I can because legacy starts with knowledge. So I host a lot of the events that I mentioned before just to educate people on it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, what would you say to someone who says, I'm just fearful? I'm fearful. I don't know how to jump in. I don't know how to jump out. I'm fearful. I'm stuck. What do I do?
Okay, so I would just say, just go ahead and do it. Whether you do it scared or, or not, just go ahead and start, because a lot of people, I understand, we fear the unknown. We don't know where to start or what it's going to be like after we start. But the only thing I can honestly say is just do it. Just do it. Like the commercial says, just do it, because you won't know how it would turn out if you don't do it, because oftentimes when I'm afraid to do something and nervous about it, I just give myself a pep talk and I say, okay, just do it, and when I do it, I realize that it's not as bad as I thought it was. So I would, give people that same advice. Just do it, because it may not be as, difficult or, tough as they think. So I would just say, just do it.
Now, do you believe in mentorship, and do you have a mentor?
Yes, I do. I highly believe in mentorship, and I do have a mentor, because I think everybody should have a mentor. That's how people are gonna curve the learning time. That's why you have a mentor, because they've gone through what you've gone through, and they're where you want to be. And so, by getting a mentor, you could just cut that time in half or less on whatever topic you're learning, whether it's life insurance, financial literacy, or whatever other topic is. And that's why we have so many mentors, because they've been through it, and it's taken them longer too. So instead of it taking long for you, just listen, just get a mentor, listen to what they're telling you to do what they tell you to do, and just curb that time from, where you want to get.
Now, what legacy are you hoping to leave behind? And how can both Gen X and Gen Z start building theirs today?
So I want to be remembered as a woman who served, educated, and empowered. I want to help women and families build their legacy, one decision, one policy, one conversation at a time. I want people to see that, yeah, she revolutionized life insurance, to what it is right now. Because, when people think of life insurance, they just automatically think of death. But no, you can use it while you're living, to build wealth, build whatever you want to do, get out of debt, travel. The top 3 freedoms I, strive for is time freedom, financial freedom, and time freedom, travel freedom, and financial freedom. So I feel like that's probably everybody's goal. So, just being known as the person that helped them reach their goals, I want to be remembered as that.
Now, how do you stay focused and disciplined when running your business?
So I just stick to my habits. I stick to my habits, because your habits will show you, what you're doing, whether good or bad. So if you stick to your habits and be consistent, that's a really big thing. Be consistent, you'll reach your goals, in your business and, in your personal life. So I just stick to my habits and be consistent and know my
Now,
why. That's another thing too. Know my why.
know my why. That's a
Yes.
big one there.
Yes.
Now, what would you tell a young person that says, I want to get in life insurance? What kind of education do I need? Who are the mentors do I need? What would you tell them?
I would tell them to definitely go for it. In terms of education, you you don't even need a high school diploma to get into life insurance. It is a highly regulated industry, so you must be licensed, okay? And that's it. You get licensed, and then you're able to help families, all over the world. And you just take your exam, the state licensing exam, just one time. So if you want to be licensed in other states, you don't have to take a state exam for each state. You just paid for that license. It's super simple, and it's a really good system that we have. So you just get your license, and you can start making money as soon as possible. You don't need a college degree. You don't need a high school diploma or anything like that. Okay. So that's one thing. And as far as the mentorship, as soon as you start in the program, we'll connect you. You'll get training for the rest of your life. You'll also need your CRM system. So that's another thing that you'll pay for, just your license and your CRM system. And that's it. You don't have to pay it monthly or annually or anything like that. And then so back to the mentorship, you'll get your mentorship and you'll get training, for the rest of your life, really. So the thing I like about my company in the industry, or our particular company, we're big on support, training, and accountability. Okay. So we literally hold your hand and show you everything you need to do. Just listen to what we're telling you, and then you will be successful.
Now, what are some of the challenges in the life insurance agency?
Challenges, I guess, getting people to realize the importance of getting life insurance, because we're not in the convincing business. We're just in the business of teaching and helping people make a decision on life insurance. Okay. So if people don't have life insurance, however, they do need to be educated and, just getting them to make that decision on why they should get it. A lot of people say, well, I can't afford life insurance. And I like to tell them, well, you can't afford not to have life insurance, because if something happens, now you're going to go to GoFundMe, Fish Fries, and ask people that may be struggling for money already for money, just to bury a loved one or a family member, or even if they don't pass away, put someone in a long-term care facility. So in the state of Florida, it costs $117,000 annually just to put a loved one or a family member in a long-term care facility, and it's out of pocket because health insurance is not going to pay for it. So, by having the protection that we all need now and early before something happens, you can, prevent that. And then because it has the living benefits and a long-term care, the life insurance will cover and help protect with that. One of the agents I have in my office, her brother got diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia when he was 55. I think personally that's pretty young for someone to, be diagnosed with such. And he's 58 now. He lives in Miami, Florida, and his family has him in a long-term care facility. So she's paying $8,000 a month out of pocket just to keep him in that long-term care facility, because Alzheimer's and dementia, I'm sure a lot of people know at least one person that has it, so that's becoming more prevalent. So, our policies cover Alzheimer's and dementia as well.
Now, how do you face challenges in life with your business? How do you face those challenges?
I don't react. I just respond, to them, and, just be calm, remain stoic, and really detach from the outcome, and just go through it, because things happen in life. Like people say, life is always lifing. So what can we do? We can't avoid it. We can't prevent it. So we just have to go through life, in a wise way, and just deal with them.
Well, thank you so much, Rachel, for your expertise and your wisdom and knowledge. I've learned so much today. I just want you to just put your contact information out there. So if anybody wanted to reach out to you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. And thank you so much for having me. If anyone needed to contact me, they can find me on all social media platforms like Instagram at Insured with Rachel. I'm on Facebook, Rachel Mashad. I am on LinkedIn, Rachel Mashad. And that's how they can find me.
Now, do you want to give us more information about those two networking events again, just in case someone wants to attend?
Yeah, so if they want to attend, they can just follow me on my social media, and I'm always posting about them. So they'll have access to the link where they can register, and they can just do it like that.
Well, once again, thank you so much for coming. I just want to leave you with genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. Once again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.